Hi everyone, welcome to a new project. In this case, gonna be MERN. Basically, it's Mongo, Express, React, and Node. We're gonna create it both the backend and the front end of a homepage, login, and register. Okay, we're gonna go now to login because I am inside, but we're gonna go three pages. Okay, the most important page is gonna be the register, and we're gonna create the errors. Basically, if we don't put nothing here and we want to register, we're gonna get us an error if the data. Oh, sorry, we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back again, and we're gonna go to register. Okay, this is gonna be our project. Now we're gonna show you my folders. It's gonna be two parts. Okay, the back end and the front end. The front end, basically we're gonna work with the React, the user history, user context, and user effect. Basically, how we change the pages when the user get log in. And the second part gonna be about our backend. In this case, we're gonna create the routes, the environment when we're gonna put our our basically our files with sensible information, and we're gonna work with bcrypts, how we're gonna encrypt our our password. In this case, we're gonna use the hash, how we're gonna use our token with JSON Web Token, and of course we're gonna set up our express. Now here we're gonna use the router post, how user gonna post information inside our servers, the validations of our information when user get registered with email, password check, anything. And of course, if user exists in our database, and here confirmation of data. Okay, if some user wanted to log in with previous information, and we have information with our in database, and the information he put in login is the same of the data we have in inside our database, we're gonna give him a page. And of course we're gonna give him a display name because we wanted to give him a name inside the page. Here we're gonna put the token value, how we're gonna build our our passwords. And here the last one gonna be about how when the user log in, we're gonna send him his own user. Basically, if imagine someone puts 123 email and create a user, we when he log in, we're gonna send him the user account of 123. Okay, now we're gonna see another thing. I think the index basically we how we set up the Mongo. We're gonna use Mongo Atlas, and we're gonna see you how to work with MongoDB strings, how you created the clusters, how you connected with your own with your own database. In this case, I am using 5,000 port 5,000. And of course we're gonna use .env for environment, the course, and the mongoose is basically something like um, basically it's framework. Okay, express is framework for node, and mongoose is a framework of database of MongoDB. Thank you so much, and hope I help you and you enjoy. Thank you. Hi guys, welcome to a new episode, and in this case we have the part or the episode of front end of our project of authentication. And how you can see here, I am inside my folder or project of MERN authentication, and I have my folder of backend. The name is MERN dash out dash backend, and of course I'm gonna put the same name, but I'm gonna change the part of backend, and I'm gonna put the front end. My project I gonna be created from my terminal, and I gonna create it of course with React. For that I need to put npx create dash react dash app, and the name of my project gonna be the same, MERN dash auth dash front end. This is gonna be the change, the name of the front end, and I'm gonna press. I'm gonna be waiting to have my answer. I think yes, I put the name with capital letter of my project, and I think I'm gonna have problems because React.js, when you create project with terminal with Node.js, of course, uh, don't let you to put capital letters in your projects. And of course, I had the answer of the error. And the error it was of course the name of the project because I put the capital letters, and they're gonna create it again, npx create dash react dash app mer without capital letter dash auth and dash front end, and I'm gonna press my results, and of course it's creating my app. Inside my app, my folder gonna have all the templates, all the dependencies, and the models of React for creating my projects. I gotta wait until, and here we go. We have our projects, and we can see it's posing us happy. We don't gonna hacking nothing. We're gonna have creating our projects. For that, we're gonna go to cd mer. I'm gonna copy it from Visual Studio directly. I'm gonna copy it with Control C, and I'm gonna press, and allowed me to go directly to my folder of front ends. I have shown some issues with my PC, and here we go. We are now inside our project. We're gonna write npm start is the code the React.js give us to start our projects. We can see it inside our folders. We're gonna press the MERN out front end, and we're gonna go to package.json, and we're gonna go inside the scripts. We're gonna here we go, the start, the script is gonna start our project react dot dash script dot start, and I'm gonna start my project. I'm gonna wait because it take a long more than the normal, and we're gonna see our folder of source. Inside our folder source we have basically everything, like app.css is where our style is, the app.js it's where code we're gonna be there when I put everything, all ready, everything inside our projects. And of course up to that test.js we didn't gonna need it. We're gonna we're gonna delete index.js as we allowed it, move to recycle, and our logos .sfg we're gonna delete it, and we're gonna delete setup test.js because we don't need it. And inside our folder we have the part of HTML5 or CSS, but in my case we're gonna put the HTML5. And you know what? I'm gonna delete everything inside this folder. I'm gonna delete the fab, delete. I'm gonna delete the copy. I copied it without no winner. I'm gonna delete my index where my file is gonna be there, but I'm gonna create it, another from scratch. And my logo, I gonna load it for the logo PNG again, and my robot, and the robot, of course, and even the manifest JS. I gonna let empty. In my source folder, I gonna let the app.css. I gonna let the app.js. I gonna create it from scratch. I'm deleting everything because I need to create everything from scratch, and I gonna delete my service worker and the readme. I mean, I gonna deploy it or put it in GitHub. I gonna create it, another readme from scratch. I don't need this readme. And now is the moment to creating my files. I gonna create a new file inside the public folder. I gonna put the index.html, and I have my file ready. I am sad now inside my HTML index. I'm gonna create my markup of HTML with and I have everything ready. The name of my document is gonna be MERN out front. I'm gonna put the capital letters front end, and of course inside the body I'm gonna put a div, a single div with ID of routes for the routing with my Reactjs projects. And inside the source we're gonna create a new file with the name of index, where everything of the my projects of JavaScript gonna start. And I gonna import the React import React, of course, from React. I'm gonna put the capital letter in React, and of course very important, the second one gonna be the import of the React DOM. React DOM, and it's important because it's the main reason we're gonna route between the index.js to index.html. We're gonna use the React DOM. And the second one is what React DOM gonna do for us is the render of our components. For that reason, we're gonna create new files. We're gonna put the name app.js. I'm gonna put with capital letter inside my app. I'm gonna start my component. In my case, I am using the extension of Visual Code for React. I'm gonna put this as RC. Sorry, it was in SRS. It was RFS. And here we go. I have my import React from React. I have my export default. In my case, is function app. Inside my function, I have a return with a div, and inside this function, I'm gonna have my component who gonna be rendered with React DOM, and we're gonna have our visual parts inside front end, and we can see it, of course, in our browser. And now we're gonna go in our index.js, and we're gonna import our component. Our component in my case it's inside the app. For that reason I'm gonna put import app from my folder. In my case my folder is inside of source. For that reason I'm gonna put a dot, and sorry, I'm gonna come back and gonna create the React render, React DOM render. and a function. Inside my function, I'm gonna render the app like a div. For that reason, I'm gonna put the like a div app and da, and again I'm gonna close the div. And now we're gonna need to set up where our function or our components gonna be released in our elements. For that reason, we're gonna set up with documents the square selector, and we're gonna put inside our routes, and we're gonna have ready. That means when the component inside the app.js it's rendered, gonna be rendered inside our index and gonna be seed inside our div in our index dot html inside our public folder. I need to change the name. It's MERN no mouth out front end, and we're gonna go back to index inside the root. The root is what basically what we're gonna do is render the root of our app wherever it's inside. For example, the name of app, and the app gonna be rendered inside our render documents. In my case, in index.js inside of source folder, and gonna send the element of our roots of app to our index.html. When I save, I have a problem, big error because I put the name wrong, because I don't put the capital letters. We're gonna save it, and we're gonna see what's gonna happen. And of course, we have everything ready to compile. And here we go. We have the name. In this case, the element we put inside our div, inside our function in our app.js where our component is. In this case, I'm gonna change my local host from Firefox to Google Chrome because I have my extension inside. It's called React Developer Tools, and with that we can go to Elementor console like normal console. But in my case, I have something called components, and of course, this is good because we cannot see the name or our component it's show inside the screen. We can see it also in our components. And here we go. I don't know if this extension exists in Firefox. I don't know. I have it in Chrome because I use Chromium from for my projects, from my developer setup. And here we go. And we go back to our components, and we gonna create. And of course, also we can see our props in our projects, and even the line where our source is related. And the most important case is seeing the props and the line, because if we need to put something or to change anything for that, it's very easy, and you don't know how much consume the time of changing things when you are of course when you are building for you or for your client. But if you are working with a large team, large company, you have hundreds of developers or thousands, and you know where is the your component. For that reason, I recommend to you to use it. And yeah, and we're gonna see more our components inside, and I'm gonna show you and gonna explain you how it's works when it's get done. And here we go. And now we're gonna install our React DOM when we have more than one file. That means if we have than one file, we need to render that file. For that, we need to have the render. For that reason, we gonna install the React. the DOM. We need to use the npm for that, and it take a long. My PC is literally dying. It's npm react slash DOM. Sorry, it's router slash DOM, and before that we need to put the install, and we're gonna wait to our React router DOM to be installed in our projects. And inside our app.js, we need to import the browser router or entire router. We have three types: the browser router, the switch, and the route. We're gonna write it, and we're gonna write the browser router inside of brackets. Browser router and the switch. The third one is the route. The browser router is basically when all the routers is inside. It's basically compile all the routes and give it the direction. The switch, it's the URL where our direction is go, and the route is the single route who compile or is composed of browser routes. If we write 5 routes, it's basically 5 routes, but it's single one browser routes. And we're gonna from of React router DOM. And now we're gonna delete the app. We're gonna delete the div because inside React.js we don't use the HTML. We use the JSX. It's basically the syntax of React. It's not like yeah, I mean it's like JavaScript, but uh, directed to React. And inside the our brackets we gonna put the browser routes. We're gonna close, and we gonna create the route inside the browser route. Basically the browser route is surrounded all the routes we gonna create it. Before starting the our browser or our router, we're gonna create it inside the source a new folder. Gonna be components, and of course inside components we're gonna create a new folder with name pages. Inside the pages we're gonna create a new file with home.js. I don't know why it's creating. Whatever, it's inside the component. We can see it. We don't need nothing more. And we're gonna create our React import. Inside the div we're gonna write home just to see, and we're gonna come back inside our router. We're gonna create the switch, not the switch, this, oh my god, switch, I need to put it in capital letter and the capital letter. And inside our switch we're gonna start reading our routes. With that we need to put routes, and we're gonna delete this. Inside our route we need to pass where is our our folder. I'm gonna put basically slash, it's the main folder, and inside the components we're gonna put home, but the components we're gonna use the brackets. And of course we need to import our folder. Import home. I'm gonna change the name of my file, capital letter. It look like more professional. And inside our app we gonna to import our home from the root the root of our folder is component and pages and home. We can put just home without .js because React is recognizing whatever it is, just the name of our file, and we have enough. We're gonna go to our terminal. The node one is compiling. I need to put the S of our component because it is not recognizable, and here we go. We have everything ready now. Now I'm gonna create another folder inside the components, and the folder gonna rename it with Auth of authentication, and I'm gonna put the login inside and the register inside. Now I'm gonna import that files from I'm gonna put there, and I'm gonna change the name of the folder, and now I'm gonna change the other one. I'm gonna be the login, and the other one gonna be with the register. And the import login, and here we go. And have now the files, and inside the path I'm gonna change the name of from home to login, from home to register, and in the path I'm gonna put login. In this I'm gonna put the register. Now we're gonna create the boolean property putting exact, because if we sorry, we're gonna write it correctly. Exact. What is mean? Exact is basically a boolean property who the change between the different pages. That means if we have this exactly file, in this case our component is home, it's gonna be home. But if we're gonna go to our login home, we don't can go without putting the exact, because this path is the home base, is the where our files of logging and index, it's basically compiled. That means when login and register, when you is basically don't exist. We're gonna see it now with our we're gonna go to localhost. We're gonna put, sorry, I login, and we still have home because we don't put, sorry, the boolean, and our login and our register, they don't have the root yet. We're gonna put save, and now we're gonna go to C. We're gonna go to our URL. We're gonna put slash login, and here we go. We got the login. It's basically the divider of URL. It shows the different URL inside the switch. Basically switching the route. The, this is the boolean. Some people put the path and after that they put the exact. But if you are gonna work with large projects, the better thing you're gonna do is exact because you don't gonna have debugging or yeah, you don't gonna have time to do debugging all the code. First URL put exact, and with that means the route gonna switching between the different routes. If you choose, for example, register, we're gonna have our component register. Register. Sorry, it's register. Here we go. We have now our component of register. We have it here. We can put, for example, Yasin, Yasin user, and we save it. Yasin the user. This is our component. Sorry, this is our component. Okay. Remember, the switch is basically switching the different routes. But if we wanted to switch the different routes between them, between the same switch with different routes, we need to put the hub, or in this case the index, basically the component basic or component of base. We need to put the boolean exact. Now we're gonna create another folder for layouts. We wanted to create, in this case, here our menu. When we're gonna see the register, we're gonna see the login, we're gonna see the name, in this case our menu, for example home, register, and login. But what we're gonna do is basically put it wherever it is. That means we're gonna change the route. We don't wanna gonna put it inside this the switch because we want it in all our routes. This is the main basically. For that, we need to create another folder. We're gonna go to the components. We're gonna create a new folder. We're gonna be layouts. Some people put other names. Sorry, make it gonna put just layouts. And instead of layout, I'm gonna put the header because it's where you put the nav. We're gonna create a new file, and the name is gonna be header. Sorry, header.js. I'm gonna rename it JS, and we're gonna create an S of React, and I'm gonna put here header, and I'm gonna save it. When I go to the app, I'm gonna copy the name. I'm gonna import it header from my layout folder. You can put any name for your folder, but if you're gonna work for large projects, like every company, it's basically putting the name or everyone know it. Alright, layout header. I'm not gonna save it. Now we're gonna create the header. What I said before, we're gonna need to put the header inside the browser router, but with a different route. That means we don't need to put it inside the switch because the switch is switching the pages. We don't want to switch our nav. For that reason, I'm gonna put it above of switch, or you can put it down, but in my case, I'm gonna put it inside. I'm gonna create a header, Again, I'll delete it, and we're gonna create. And you can I can leave it. I can put the name here, header or nav, and I'm gonna now we're gonna see all the nav, the name when describe the element inside all the rows. Here we go. You can see it, the header inside the register. You can see header inside the login, and you can see it inside home. Wherever it is the same. Header is gonna be top of our pages. I'm gonna delete it because I don't need it. I'm gonna delete it because I don't need it here. And I'm gonna go to the header. Here we're gonna put the nav. And before I put the header, now we're gonna put the nav. I save it. I go again to the app. I wanna save it, and here we go. Now is the time of style. And I go to the source. I'm gonna go to a new file. I'm gonna create in my style inside it with .css, and here we go. We have our style. But before we need to import it, we're gonna import it like a link. For that, we need to put dot slash style .css, and we save it. Now we're gonna go to style. We're gonna put some changes, no big deal. For now, we're gonna need. I have problems. My computer is working very delayed, and we're gonna put the zero margin. That's the basics one. The padding 0, and the border boxes. Border box. The border, no, sorry, the box sizing. Box sizing, border box, border box. There we go. And I wanna put the URL. My basically my title. We use the URL for to create in nav in HTML. Inside my URL, I'm gonna put just style none, list style none for now, and they're gonna put the margin. Sometimes I put the left. I'm gonna put margin left to rem to rem, and for now I'm gonna let yes, just that. Now I'm gonna create the button inside the style, and I'm gonna create it with the input, okay, with submit. What the button of submit together. For now I'm gonna create the button, and I'm gonna create the inputs of submit. Submit. Sorry, the submit, of course. Type submit. Submit. Now we're gonna put the brackets. The first thing is background color. I'm gonna put none because I don't wanna for now. And the other one is gonna be the borders. Border none. Sorry, I need to put and save it. Put it down because it's better, and I'm gonna give the space for the brackets. I'm gonna save it. Now I am having problems with I mean the visual code is reporting me the problem because they put the brackets and they need to put, and here we go. Now you see it, everything is okay. Now we submit and compiling. Yeah, it's working. Now I'm gonna put the cursor because I wanted to see my cursor pointer, and the color gonna be on set because I, it depends. I want it to be whatever the color wanna. That means I'm gonna put the color on sets. I'm gonna save it, and now we're gonna put the orthography. I'm gonna put H1, H2, H3, H4, and the period of the paragraph. I'm gonna put UL and my EL. I'm gonna open it. Sorry, my Lee. And I'm gonna put margin. I'm gonna put 1.5 again, and for the left, for the right, sorry, I'm gonna put 0 because for now. Maybe it changes more. Now for the fonts, we're gonna go to Google. We're gonna search for Google Fonts. My PC is with a lot of delay. Roboto. We're gonna go to a Roboto because it's most popular font used in any type of web development. And I'm gonna choose the style of the photo. We're gonna go to select this style. I'm gonna go to the embed. I'm gonna go to the link of front family robots. I'm gonna copy it and go back to my style. But before that, we need to copy the imports, and we're gonna select the imports. We go to, I'm gonna put it in the top. Now we're gonna go to our header. Inside our header now we have just our simple div. But what we wanna is put first of all our bar of the of the menu. That means we need to have something here like a bar, like typical menu, like this one inside our bar. But the second one I wanted to put the button who come back again to the pages. That means of the return. That means when we press the button, we return to our page. For that we need to import a link. For that we need to write import inside the brackets link from a DOM. In this case we're gonna put React router DOM, and with the dev we're gonna set up our link to the property, sorry, the property, and we're gonna close it, and we're gonna put the name of MERN normal MERN auth return, and we're gonna save it. And now we're gonna go our browser, and we're gonna type the, for example, login or register, our register page, and we're gonna have, you see it, The register is my register page, and we have the button of go us back to the home base or base page. In this case, we're gonna call it event landing page. We're gonna try it again with login, and here we go. We're gonna press it, the button of MERN out return, and we go back again to the home. And now we're gonna create our buttons. We need to put in our browser, we're gonna need to put some buttons of if we are registered or not. For that, we need to go back to our components and create it, another button, another component folder. We're gonna create a new folder. We're gonna go to the Auth options, is the name of everyone use, and we're gonna create it. No, sorry, it's not a folder. It's a file. We need to delete. We need to create inside the out folder, create a new file, no folder, file, and the file we're gonna call it out. Oh, I'm gonna put um, without capital letter because we use the capital letter in second word. In this case, we're gonna use with options.js. I mean, it's the name. We can put, yeah. It depends the projects. I put it with login register. Now we're gonna put it with auth. It's better. It's a lot more professional, at least more styled. First thing we need to is set up our page. We're gonna create it with RFS, our our function. For now we're gonna create two buttons inside our div. Two buttons. In fact, it's gonna be three for now, but when you log it, you're gonna see the third one. But now we're gonna create the first one is button. We're gonna put login, and the second one gonna be, we're gonna copy it, and the second one gonna be our register button. Now we're gonna use the React hooks. React hooks is basically how we interact with the history of our URL. That means all navigation routes we can interact with them. For that we need to import. We're gonna import. We're gonna use brackets because we're gonna use history from, of course, React Rotterdam. For that we're gonna create a variable. We're gonna set up inside my function. My function gonna be const history equal to use history parentheses. And I'm gonna create the other one. In this case, gonna be a function, a arrow function for register. Sorry, I need to put history. We're gonna history. We're gonna use push because we're gonna give the interaction for the bottom. We don't gonna use the typical link with href. In my case, we're gonna use directly push. We're gonna parentheses register. This is gonna be my link. I'm gonna create another one for login. login history push slash login. Now we have everything. Now we created our links, we set up our button with our links. Now we're gonna go to header to set up our routes. Sorry, the import of my component. We're gonna go import auth options from load point slash auth slash out option, and now we're gonna save it. We're gonna compile and we're gonna see if we have anything. I think it's everything good. I have a problem with the brackets, but I think it's because I don't put this before and I still have problem. We're gonna see what is the problem. Yeah, I think it's because I don't put our component inside the function. We're gonna put auth options, we're gonna close, and now we're gonna save it. Gonna change to capital letter. And now I think the problem is because I put my function without capital letters. I'm gonna change it. I'm gonna go to here. I'm gonna change my imports, and now we're gonna save it. And here we go. It was the problem. You need to review your import or your function, and if you change the capital letter from the function or from the import, from the name you put in your folders or in your files, of course, don't gonna work for that reason. It happened to me. It was simple bug, simple problem, but it caused you a lot of pain. And yeah, be very careful with your capital letters or even double with double quotes. It's not the same. You put in double quotes or single quotes. In my case, I put just single quotes in import, and inside of functions I put double quotes. And now we're gonna go to my localhost, and here we go. You can see in the login and register, it's like a button, but of course without any style because we don't put the style right now. And I'm gonna give the style right now. Inside the style, we're gonna go to style. In the bottom, we're gonna put between header and first. I need to give it first of all before starting. I need to give it ID, ID, double quotes, and then header. Header. Between brackets, and first of all I'm gonna give it a flexbox. I wanted to use the display of um, flex because I wanted to create it with flexbox, and the background color gonna be between one color. I'm gonna put just a typical blue, turquoise blue, and I'm gonna save it. Now I need to go to the link and give it before giving any do any change more. We're gonna save it and we're gonna go to our page, and then we're gonna see what's gonna happen. Yes, this is the color I wanted to with it. We can put any type of color, of course. This is the styling, and I'm gonna go back and now give it to the header, the link. I gonna put it between h1 and I'm gonna close it, and now we're gonna creating a class main equal double quotes, and they're gonna put the title, basic typical title there. I'm gonna save it, and then now we're gonna go to the style. I'm gonna put header with class title open brackets, and you're gonna give it zero margin because outside of our class I give it zero one and half am and zero margin, but inside of our class I'm gonna give it this zero. We're gonna save it, and we're gonna see in our it look like more compiled and more gonna I'm gonna change it all to let's say I'm gonna give it more 1.5 just for seeing one, yeah, one n, and we're gonna save it. We go, you're gonna see the between the MERN return or go back and our button of login and register is big space. We don't want to have big space because we're gonna put the login and the register in our right side, and the MERN or go back to our left side, and we're gonna back and put zero, and here we go. You can see it, zero margin between the nav and the browser. But before change anything, because I wanted to give more space between both of my buttons, before that we need to go to the our body, and I'm gonna put here after, yeah, I wanted to go to font family, body, fonts, font family, roboto, because center, we're gonna go to align items, we're gonna go to center, and high is gonna be, because I want more space, gonna be 35 pixels. We're gonna save it, we're gonna go to see it, and here we go. I'm gonna give it more, I'm gonna give it 70. I mean the home and the login buttons, it's basically out of our name. We're gonna give it a little bit more, 65 or 75. I'm gonna give it 65. It's a lot, but, and here we go. We can put 50, but I wanted to have more space between for now, between the buttons and the mere outer returns. Now we're gonna do the padding. Gonna be 0, 1, font m or rm, m. Yeah, we're gonna put that in, and we're gonna save it. Now we're gonna have more space between both. Sorry for giving the space. In this case, we're gonna give the login and register button to the position of the right, and to put the main auto return in left position. We need to go to our register content and put space between, because we need to space between, and we save it, and we're gonna wait. I need to delete the box because it's not detected, and now we're gonna see, you see, now I'm gonna put uh, less high. We're gonna put it in 60. I think it's enough. Now we're gonna put before everything, we're gonna change the name MERN. Go back, sorry, and now we're gonna give it the color and no style none. We're gonna change the color gonna be typical white. I want to tile. I'm gonna put, because I don't the visual code don't let me, and here we go. I'm gonna save it, and I go back. I have the color. Now we're gonna go to the Auth option JS. We're gonna create a class inside the div. I'm gonna change the name of nav, but I'm gonna leave it like this, like div. I'm gonna create a class name, class name dot equal with um, class. I'm gonna put auth dash option. Yeah, I'm gonna put option. And save it. I go again to my style, and I'm gonna create a header dot auth dash options, like my class. I'm gonna open the brackets, and I'm gonna give it a height of 100% of my nav. I'm gonna display flex. I'm gonna use for the box flex. Yeah, and I'm gonna create the same element. Sorry, I'm gonna create it for the bottom, for the children's bottom. Open the brackets, and I'm gonna put the background color because I wanted to a little bit difference between the nav and my bottoms. I'm gonna put the same aqua, but I'm gonna change it. I'm gonna put more darker, yeah, like this. I'm gonna save it, and here we go. And I'm gonna put a little bit of padding between these flex, this bottom. Sorry. I'm gonna put padding 0 of top and bottom, and left right one, like, yeah, one rem like always. I'm gonna save it, and here we go. We have our bottom. Now we're gonna give it a little bit of font size. I wanna be font size a little bit more bigger. I'm gonna put, like always, one rem. I'm gonna save it, and I go back, and Here we go. It's a little more, yeah. It look like more center. Now I gonna go back and I'm gonna copy the button, header out option and button. I'm gonna paste and I'm gonna put the hover. My color gonna be like the same background color, but I'm gonna change it a little bit more clear, more light. I'm gonna save it. I go back. You can see it. This is the hover. I will go. We have now. I'm gonna put the query media. I'm gonna put for form, put screen, and max width of 480 pixels, and I'm gonna put header, and title. Title. It's gonna be the font size, font size 1RN, and I save it, and I created the out of option of button. I'm gonna do it in brackets. I'm gonna put font size half half rm, and the padding 0.5 rm. Basically the half of everything, and now we're gonna save it. Now we're gonna see how it works. Now it's like a normal screen, and you're gonna start looking at it, and this is the point of bracket. You're gonna see, you see it? Now we're gonna go back to our style. I mean, we can use the hamburger menu, but for now it's okay. I mean, it's nothing bad. I mean, you can see it. I mean, we put the 480 pixels, the breakpoint, and it's still fine. I mean, the MERN callback it's okay, logging version is okay, and no big deal. Still okay. And yeah, this is our style. We can go different routes between our logging. This is home. This is the base home. When press the button of mirror and go back, it's basically we're gonna go back to our home. When login is working, our route is fine, register the name of the user, the same user. I gonna change it because I wanna start working with our register. We're gonna go to register, and I'm gonna let's save it. And here we go. Everything is okay. The next one we're gonna be is working with auth options. The auto option is basically used inside of React. It's for knowing or not if we are logging or not. And yeah, the next thing is basically making sure everything inside the login. When we log in, our user having everything set up and have all functionality inside our user. And now we're gonna use the if we wanted to know how our user is logged or not, we're gonna use the React context. I mean, yeah, we can use the Redux, but for this project, I'm gonna use the basic context. It comes installed with the models, with the components in this case of the models of the React. We install React, the basic React app. We have our context. Of course, we can install the Redux using the context of Redux, but in my project, I want to make it simple, and we're gonna start working with the context of basic React. For that, we need to go to the source. We're gonna create inside the source file, sorry, a folder. We're gonna name it context, and we're gonna create inside the folder a file with the name of user context.js. Now we're gonna create the basic function. The first thing we're gonna import the import context react between the brackets con context react from react router down. Sorry, it's not context react, it's create react. Create with capital letter, sorry. Context, and it's not from the router, sorry, it's from React because we have it installed in basic React. We don't need the router in this case for now, and we're gonna change what we did for this. We're gonna delete it. We're gonna go to the function. We're gonna put the equal, create, sorry, create get context equal to null. Now we're gonna go to the app. We're gonna import um, our user, import user without capital letters, user context from components. I'm gonna copy this one and I'm gonna change it from source inside our context folder with the name of user context slash user context, and I'm gonna save it. I need to save the user context. I'm having the problem with the equal. I don't know why, because I need to delete it. And now I'm gonna save it. And I have this problem because I forget I am inside the components. And now we're gonna save it. I have the problem with my definition because I put without capital letter. Now we're gonna save it again, and we're gonna have it. Let me change capital letter. I'm still having the problem. It's maybe because yeah, I mean it's okay. I can still having without definition of my user context because I don't know what exactly for now. But my browser is still working. We're gonna go to the first of all, we're gonna surround all our browser router with our provider. That means the components is providing to our users to log in. I mean the email, whatever it is. We're gonna create user user that's context, sorry, that's not context, that's provider, and we're gonna close it. We're gonna create another one. Here we go. And now we're gonna surround all our routes. and now we resolve the problem because our route with user context it was empty. For that reason, we don't have a definition. Now we put our information of our user. I mean, our user have these routes to get login with his own account, and here we go. And now it's working. We go back to our browser, and it's working for now. Now we're gonna create a const with our user data. Const const. We're gonna open the brackets for it. User data and set user data equal to set user data. I'm gonna open the brackets. Sorry, it's not user data. It's use user state. Use state. And they're gonna create object for them. They're gonna open the parentheses. Inside the parentheses, we're gonna create a bracket because it's object. And the object we're gonna start with talking. We're gonna have the token and user. Both are gonna be on defined and the user. Now we're gonna creating the value of our state of no the, I mean we're gonna create the value of the state of our user. For that we're gonna need to create the value. We're gonna open double brackets and we're gonna put the user data and set the user data. Yeah, set user data. But before that, before our creating our value of our user, we need to go to React and create the user data. Open brackets, user data. Sorry, user data, no, use data. Use state. And the about user data is basically the token, and set user data is basically anything is changed in our I mean if our user change anything in his login, I mean the number of the phone, even the email, everything is set up inside this value, and it's refresh the new information that our user puts in his own account. Basically, we have here this function. It's performed if our token, that means if is our user when he'll close the browser, there is any token inside the browser, because if we still having this that token, that means our user don't log out. For that reason, first of all, we're gonna create a function with use effect. We're gonna create it here. I mean, use effect, which when we press the the log, the login, we are inside our login, our user, and we paste the logout. That is the use effect. It's basically changing between the in and out of our account, well, the account of our user. We're gonna come back and we're gonna create a function. That function gonna be use effects. But as is, we need to do first of all, we need to create use effects. Use effects. and we're gonna create the function arrow. US effects, double parentheses, and arrow function, and we gonna open the brackets. We need to open the brackets before inside of parentheses, and we're gonna install dependencies. For that we're gonna put the dots, and we're gonna open. We're gonna use this. It's basically an array where it's the reflection of our user when he change anything in his account. And inside our function we're gonna creating another function, gonna be const check login equal async, because we're gonna async, gonna be parentheses, but before that we need to put logit logit in, and now we're gonna open the function. Inside this function we're gonna create the the token storage. That means if we have any type of token inside our local storage of our browser, we can check it out with const token equal to local storage, and we're gonna join the agent, and we're gonna get the agent with get the agent. We're gonna open and gonna be auth dash token. When we have any type of having any type of local storage of token inside our browser, we can see it here with, if we don't have any token, it's gonna send us answer with null or undefined if we don't have any local storage of our token. I'm waiting for my, we can go to the application and we can see inside the local storage, session storage, and we can see our session. Our session is local host dot 3000, and we can see two columns. One is the key and the other is the value. If in the case we had a token, we gonna see it inside this column. But in my case, I don't have any token. The answer gonna be when I execute this function, the answer is gonna be null or undefined, of course. Now, if we wanted to validate our user data, we need to use Axios. For that, we're gonna install we're gonna create a new terminal, and we're gonna put npm install Axios, and we're gonna wait until we have the package. And now we have installed our Axios. Now we're gonna go to the app and we're gonna import it. We're gonna import Axios from Axios. I need to change the capital letter, and now it's up. Now we're gonna create our function with const token response equal to await and axios dot put, and we gonna put our URL of our server or backend, but we're gonna create it more later. Okay, we're gonna leave it empty for now. Now we're gonna put null because we don't want to put nothing in the browser, in the data, sorry, in the browser, in the data. And now we're gonna create a header because we're gonna create objects inside the head. We're gonna separate it. We're gonna create it inside headers equal to all our header data gonna be inside the of our puts for now because we wanted to put all data together. What I said before, inside this gonna be our URL of our database. We're gonna create it more later with our backend files. For now, we don't have nothing. We have empty file. We're gonna leave it empty. We're gonna put here URL validation. You know what? I'm gonna leave it empty. Much better. Now we're gonna create and we're gonna I'm gonna change. Yeah, I'm gonna change the token. We're gonna put lit and we're gonna create if if token equal to null local storage and that sets item out parentheses. We're gonna put out token, and we're gonna put it empty strings. Now we're gonna create our verification of our user. That means when our user is logged in, we're gonna create a boolean. If it's true, we wanna to give our user his data. That means everything is inside the user account gonna appear in the screen. It's basically creating a connection between the user account and the database of his own account. We're gonna create first of all our function of check logged in. We put it here. We need to get the answer. I mean execute the function. For that we're gonna copy and we're gonna create space. We're gonna copy it again and we're gonna execute the function. And now we're gonna have I am having now a problem. I'm gonna delete this for now and yeah, I'm gonna create the boolean. We're gonna create if our data, in my case, is token res data. I need to put the, here we go. We save it and we're gonna continue with our volume. Now we're gonna create our false URL of our um, post. I need to put in post, not put, and we're gonna create like our normal local hosts, and we're gonna create it. For now we're gonna put 5000, and we will start with our backend mer well, we created with our backend with Express and Mongos and everything. We're gonna set up the same direction here. We use it here. We need to use it in our Express or Mongos URL. Yeah, the same one. And now we're gonna, no, sorry, before save it, we're gonna put the users, and we're gonna put slash token is valid. This is our direction of our user authentication inside our router and of course Express um, projects. It's gonna be the same token, not token, sorry. I have a lot of delay and my PC is working very badly. Oh my. To token. Here we go. Now we're gonna save it. We're gonna have some issues because it's not valid, but I need to, here we go. Now we're gonna create another function inside our boolean with const user res equal to await. In fact, I'm gonna copy it because it's gonna be the same like this one, but with a little bit difference. The difference is gonna be get. We change post, we put get. No, just get. Now, now we have our user data. Now we're gonna set up our user data. For that, we're gonna, I mean, set up user data is basically creating or giving all information to our user, because with user data we created here inside this chicken logged in, we get the user account. For now, our job is using set user data. That means giving user his own data, his own email information, any type of information he puts in his profile. For that, I'm gonna create an object, set up user data, I'm gonna put token and user res dot data. But now we're gonna create another function, const with brackets, use data, set use data. I'm gonna put with capital letter, and now I'm gonna put equal set use context, context. No, use context with parentheses, and they're gonna put user. I'm gonna put r because I forget user data and set user data equal to user's context. This is our function for now with um, inside our out, and the parameter gonna be user context. Now I am facing this error, message error, but we can see here the first console log of my port. It's okay, but the Mongo's contact is not okay. And what I need to do is we go to the end and we change the password. Remember, you need to put your password. Okay, the password we get it inside our database access in MongoDB Atlas. We go to the database access, we go to the edit, and we gonna edit password, auto generate password, copy, and we go to our password and we delete the password, we put our real password and we save it. Now we go back and we save our changes and we're gonna see if it's working. Okay, if put connection active, that means it's working. It's taking a lot. We're gonna see if it's connecting with our database. We're gonna see the server, and yes, it's working. Connection active with console. That means it's everything. It's okay. Now we're gonna establish models because we need to have inside the clusters. We go to the collection, and basically here we're gonna have inside collection. Sorry, yeah, this is my collection of data of JSON. Okay, when the users register gonna be inside our data, all data inside JSON. Okay, all the values data and the keys gonna be installed, gonna be stored inside our database in format of, remember, JSON. Okay, because we are working with JavaScript. And now we're gonna create models models. Gonna be basically our folder for our users. Now we're gonna go inside our folder models. Models are gonna be inside of our folder backend. Remember, okay? We should be have inside our backend. Now we're gonna create a file with model users.js, or we're gonna change the name of user model.js. We need to delete one.js. And now we're gonna start requiring our mongoose. We're gonna set up our mongoose const. And now we're gonna use console const we're gonna use a schema. Schema basically it's the structure of data of JavaScript, okay? Because we are inside JavaScript, we're gonna use the structure of data and objects of our user model. For that, we're gonna require const user schema equal to new mongoose schema without quotes, and we change this one. Now, inside our setup of schema, we need to create objects. In this case, we're gonna create two objects, email and password. For email, we need to create a type. In this case, gonna be string. We wanna email with type string, and we're gonna put required type because we don't gonna let the user go inside our creating the user without email because it's obligatory. And now we're gonna go to the password. Password, gonna give it a little space, and we're gonna put the same. The difference here with password, we don't want to store our password in our database because someone can store it. But we're gonna put the same type string required to. Here we're gonna change type because I don't know why I put it's true. Okay, and one moment please. And inside our password, we wanted to put a minimum length. It's basically how many words, minimum words is needed. I'm gonna put 8. Now we wanted to put to our username when he read inside the web, we need name. For that we're gonna put display name, and we're gonna put type type string. Now we need to export. For that we need to put model export, and we need to put the type. It's mongoose. Sorry, it's user. We're gonna put mongoose here, and before it's user and mongoose. Now we're gonna put dot user dot model because we need a model for that, and we gonna put user and schema, the structure of our objects, because we are using JavaScript, and user should be between double quotes. Now we have our user model with schema structure. Now we gonna save it, and we gonna take the rows between our user model and mongoose. For that we need to create it inside backend new folder. We're gonna create user rows, oh I'm gonna change it, I'm gonna put just the rows because I wanted to use user rows inside, and we're gonna create the user rows in a file with JS router, sorry, it's a router. router, and we save it. Now we're gonna require a route. We're gonna use Express for our route. For that, we're gonna set up Express is const router, and we're gonna require Express, and we're gonna set up the router. It's router. I'm gonna put change the name to routes because maybe we are gonna create more than one route. And here we go. Now we set up the Express. Now we're gonna delete the router for now, and we're gonna go to the index. Sorry, we're gonna stay in user, but we're gonna go to the postman, and we're gonna create a post. Basically, we're gonna send information from our postman to our server. Basically, we are making the same thing we're gonna do users when they register in our application. We're gonna go here posts, and we're gonna go to the body authorization header. We're gonna put content type, gonna be application JSON. Okay, you choose application application JSON, and we gonna send them object with our user data. With that we have content type application JSON in value, we gonna go to the body, and we gonna create the body. For now, I don't wanna to, and we're gonna create an object. Object basically gonna confirm with email, and my email gonna be user.email.com, and how we're gonna do the same with the password. Password, password, and we're gonna put password, and now we're gonna do check password, because if our user is confused and he don't put the right password, we don't gonna lead them to go to the user, okay? Because maybe gonna hack our server or gonna false user. Basically, it's check password. We're gonna create a check password, password check, and we're gonna put the same password because it's it's how our user is registered with password, of course, password. And the password check is basically it's confirm the password of the user is correct. Now I'm gonna put the display name. Some people don't use it, but I think the majority of application have display name. Display name, and they're gonna put um, user. For now, we have this object of our user, but we gonna go to our visual code, and we gonna create it the user register, okay? Because now we are inside user tests, but we wanted to put a register, okay? There we are the data of our JSON gonna post. Now we're gonna create the register, okay? We're gonna put um, router dot post with the name of our our basically our file, sorry, register, and I'm gonna put async because it's how it work MongoDB, because you send him information asynchronously. And I'm gonna create a function. For that I'm gonna need to requests and response, and I'm gonna create an arrow function. And inside the arrow function I'm gonna create an object with 4 variables, because I have 4 variables. I have email, password, password check, and display name. For that I need to go to const, and I'm gonna create the body. First one is email. The second one is password. The third one is password word check, and the last one is we need to put capital letter here. And the last one gonna be in display name. Okay, this is our 4 bar. And now I need to go here and create create a request body. Basically, we are destructing the data in 4 variables. Okay, the data we get here is basically a data with 4 values, and what we are doing here is destructing that values in four values. We destructing them in 4 variables. Yeah, I, I need to put here equal, and now I have everything. Now we need to do mm, uh, a validation. Okay, for that we need to create if with 3 things. Okay, with email, password, and password check. We don't need display name in validation. For that we're gonna put email, password, and sorry, I don't need the last 2. Basically we are doing here is checking the email and the password, and password check is everything okay. In the case is not is not um, the information the user put inside the form is not correct, we're gonna return status. We're gonna put yeah, return res status, and we're gonna put 400 is the normal on the way it's notify the wrong information. And I have problems because I put dots. We let return without anything. Okay, we put res dot status, but we don't put return because it's something like both. And this gonna be inside our don't forget. Okay, and the model spot is basically the same operation. Okay, here what is doing is basically if all information is correct, sorry, if all information is not correct, basically the function is gonna stop, and we're gonna send him before it stop the function is basically we're gonna send him the error. Basically information he puts in the form is not what we have inside our server or our database. Basically it's not the similar data. And sorry, it's not it's dots, and we're gonna use a JSON to give him information what happened. So we're gonna use a message, and we need to put it between brackets and parentheses because it's our object. yeah, message, and that message gonna contain not all data it's correct. I do it the wrong way. It's inside the brackets should be inside the parentheses, and now everything is working. Now what we're gonna do is doing get the information. We're gonna send this information, and we're gonna inside postman. Sorry, the postman, and we're gonna see what's gonna happen. This would happen when we don't have a password. Okay, we're gonna send it to HTTP register, and I have error. I have basically an error told me not we're gonna visual all our file is, and basically it's error. But the error I need to see is this one. Okay, remember, not all data is correct because I put double E. Okay, now we're gonna save it, and we're gonna go back again to Postman, and we're gonna send the same data again. Here is basically confirmation what it's wrong with my request because it takes long, and because I get wrong with password. Now we're gonna see what's gonna happen. What we're gonna do is basically deleting password, and we're gonna send. Now I'm gonna see if I still have problems, and here we go. We have the information, not all data it's correct. Now we're gonna go back to our, and we're gonna create it inside the router. Now we're gonna do the same but with password. What we're gonna do is if if between parent, sorry, password length links it's less than 8, sorry, less than 8, basically we give him an error. Okay, we're gonna give him a return, and we're gonna put him message inside the message. We're gonna put him the password should should be more than 8 characters. Okay, we I have to change this. Is basically the number counts and links. I need to put here and links, and they're gonna save it. Now we're gonna go to the postman, and we're gonna put a password less than 8. Okay, we're gonna put a password with um, a password without D at the end, and we're gonna send the request, the post to our register, and here we go. The message is the password should be more than no, more than 8 characters. That means it's working. Okay? We're gonna put the key here, and we're gonna go back to the should be more more than 8 characters. Now we're gonna do the same but with password check. Okay, editor if password is not equal to password check, we're gonna give him a return with the message of we need we're gonna put for verification you need I'm gonna put in capital letters for verification you need the same yeah but the same password and password we save it and verification you need the same password. Okay, now we're gonna go to the postman and we're gonna put here 5. We're gonna put 8 and we send the request the post from and here we go. The next is for verification you need the same password. That means it's working. We go back. Now what we're gonna do is basically giving a one change to email. What that means? Each email just can create it just one account, okay? Like Twitter, like Facebook, Facebook and Twitter and even YouTube, they don't let you create it more than one user with more than one user in the same email. For that, we need to create it import sorry user, and we need to require the models, okay? Because our model, our mm, um basically how we gonna look, how we gonna um, to get the information of that user is gonna be inside the models. For that reason, we need to go back twice. Models user model user with model. Now it's 2 times, not 3. And now we're gonna go create our um, our user detected. We're gonna create a const with const existing user equal to with user from email email uh, it's with uh, I need to put the D, okay, and then it's fine. And we now what we do basically is comprove if we have if the email is created now the user have another user. In the case that we're gonna don't let him to create another user because he have a user. It's basically we give each email a unique user. For that we need to go back to the index and inside index um, mm, index no sorry the index no the user model. We need to go to user model inside our models and we're gonna put inside the email we're gonna put unique and we're gonna put 2. Okay, and now we're gonna go back to our user router and what we we need now, it's basically a catch error inside the server of Node, right? And we gonna put this one down here, and now we're gonna create a error. Catch error, it's between parentheses, and we're gonna respond. We're gonna have a response with res status 500. It's basically 500 is the error, internal error, okay? Error. So it's on with G, and now we gonna put between brackets because it's an object in it, and now we're gonna see. And the error is because I need to put and now we're gonna I have the same error now with the user. It's getting me error because inside my user model I need to put equal dot equal, okay, before and after user. Now we're gonna go back, and I need to put the same here, okay, user schema. Now it's okay. Now we're gonna go back. Remember, the string should be in capital letter, okay? I changed it right now. And now we gonna go to catch our error inside our try, okay? Now we're gonna do with the same, okay? Returns. We're gonna give it a little space, but not a lot. Yeah, I gotta give it a little space because I want it to be very, yeah. And I'm gonna put the return, okay? I now gonna change the email. I'm gonna put this email exists, uh, this email exists with other accounts, and I'm gonna save it, and I'm gonna go to the post line, okay? Now we wanted to make a requirement, but I'm gonna delete it because I have yeah, we're gonna continue with our validation because now we end up with validation, okay? Remember, this validation is basically it's telling us the length of our password. We don't gonna create a password with less than 8 characters. The second one is sorry. The first one is basically the data. If we don't put email, password, or password check, we don't got our user account. The second one is basically if our account password have more than um, eight uh, 8 characters per password. The third one is basically checking our verification of the password. We verify it's possible user can make mistake with the password and cannot get the access to the account. But we wanna to make everything sure and secure, and for that reason we're gonna create the password check. If the password is not correct, we don't let the user having access to our account. Sorry, having access to the database with his account. And the third one is basically we make sure the the, the, the user don't register with the same email multiple accounts. We want one account per email, and of course we give him a return in case if he make mistake. We give him a response, okay, a message. And the last one is catching error. If someone gets wrong with Node.js, we make sure have return error with 500. 500 basically is for internal message error. And I think the last one is gonna be about display name, because remember we have four variables and I put just three, and they're gonna put here if if display name display name is empty, that means equal to the email. Okay, it's basically if our user don't register with he don't have display name, in my case user, we're gonna put the name of his account with the same email. That means when he get access to the account, he can see the user sorry, the email. But if he have display name, we don't put his email, we put the user. For example, can be Concord. Okay, Concord, the name of our channel. But here user, in the case here you don't have display name, we're gonna put his email. And oh, sorry, I need to put this outside of the parentheses. And we make sure he have display name. And same thing inside index, we need to make sure it's duplicate new version. Okay, don't sorry, we don't gonna let duplicate the same version. We want it to new version. If we change anything in our user, we want it to be update. For that, we're gonna put user create user index, and we're gonna put true. Okay, it basically creating new version. Now we need to work with the passwords. Okay, I'm gonna go to the user model. No, basically we're gonna create a password, because we don't want to the hackers get our passwords and our email, because if they have that, they can have the access to the account. Imagine account of a bank or anything like this. For that reason, we're gonna use a hash. A hash is basically it, it's getting a password and transforming to um, something like a lot of numbers, a lot of characters without any sense. But inside that characters with mathematical operations exists our password. Basically, I'm gonna give you example here. If our password is for example, I put I'm gonna put name of Barcelona, password with the name of dog. But when this thing go in hash basically what they're gonna do is transforming to hash to like something like this. It basically gibberish or Eurific, whatever you want to say. And after that, when our account go to our user or your or sorry, we're gonna put database is transforming again, to the original password. It's doc. Okay, it's basically the middleman. The hash basically transforming the password of the middle to something very indescribable, without any sense, without any. account, and basically what they do is when the password arrives to the database server, change it again to the original password, because we don't want to put the basic tape inside our password. You can imagine if we put dog without hash, it basically anyone in the middle cannot get the password, and he gonna search for the email, and here we go. I have now the access to our account. For that reason, we're gonna use the hash. The hashing makers are gonna what is bcrypt.js. If you remember, we loaded inside, and we have here, okay, bcrypt.js 2.423.3, and we go again to user, and we gonna set up. Sorry, we're gonna require const um, bcrypt.js require required and bcrypt.js. Now we require the bcrypt.js, and now we're gonna set up. Okay, for setting up the hash, basically we need something called salts. Yes, it's also the string. Yes, really, whatever. And now we're gonna use await, because we wanted to have communication and have a standard of await, and we're gonna put bcrypt without JS, and we're gonna generate gen salt. It's salt. Yeah, but it's gen for gen salt, and we're gonna set up. Now we need to create it and set up our hash. For that we need const password hash equal to await bcrypt and hash. Now to hide our password using hash, we need to put here inside a password and hash. I think it's no, it's not it's salt. It's salt because we're gonna use the salt. And I'm gonna delete this because we don't need to put it. Now, if we don't wanna have problem with extinguish existing user, we need to put one, because if we don't put field one, what's gonna happen if we put just field? What's gonna happen? Basically, we're gonna create an array, and gonna be existing our user. When we go to the postman, we're gonna have a problem. But if we wanted to make a demonstration how gonna be we're gonna put here console log and password hash, and we're gonna save it. I'm waiting for it. I wanted to have the password hash. Sorry, I put wrong here. Password. Now I wanted to answer of how gonna be my password. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I don't need to put, because it not make any sense. I wanted to put here like the same one without quotes or double quotes. But for now, we're gonna leave it because I need to set up a user. Okay, we're gonna set up a user is const user. In this case, gonna be a new user equal to new user, and we're gonna give it up. We're gonna put parentheses, and we're gonna give him three things. First of all, email. The second, password hash, and the third one, display name. Now, if we wanted to save this user, we need to create another const. We need to set up const save user equal to away, and we need to use a save. For that, we need to put new new user save. When we save a user, we wanna response. For that case, we're gonna go here. We're gonna put res json and save user. Basic save user. Basically, what we are doing here is sending a message to front end that saying user is safe. And if any error inside our try, basically if we have any error with user password with existing user, we use the error 500. It's internal error. But if we wanna put message, we put dot message, and we get a message inside our terminal. For that, we need to create our object. Okay, we're gonna create our object. We're gonna put error equal to error. Some people use just error and it's not working because I tested a lot of times. The only thing it's working is putting between brackets, parentheses brackets, error, double point, error dot message, and you're gonna have a response. If you put just error, you don't gonna have anything. Remember, if we want to change display name, we don't gonna change it because it's a const. But if we wanted to change or to make it work with display name, we need to use let. I mean, it's the same, but it's not the same. I mean, to let it give you the opportunity to configuration of name. You remember, in the case the user don't use display name, we put the name of email. Okay, for that is the reason we use a const. But I think the let is better because we want to work with the message with make it, and the only way to work with that is using the let. But you can use the const if you want. I mean, I put that let because I wanted to have a response. Uh, um, yeah, I wanted to have a response in my JSON for my users save. Now we have everything set up. Okay, we have the register, but we need to second part. The second part is basically log, and we're gonna use JSON web token. If you remember, we loaded we loaded, and we had inside our JSON package JSON. And JSON web token is basically a system used to improve the data of logging is the same to the register. I mean, if I use email with for register, I need to improve, make sure that email, the password exists in our register data in database basically. For that, we need to create a const of login. Okay, the same we did here with router post register. We need to get the same to login because we're gonna have two different pages. Okay, remember the first page gonna be the home, and the second and third gonna be the register and the login. Now we're gonna go here, and we're gonna create the const So, no, const, no, router posts, and we gonna create it slash login. We're gonna use async, and of course async and um, request and response, and we gonna arrow function, and of course we're gonna use try like in register. we're gonna do we're gonna do the same we did with request body, but we're gonna request just email and password. And in this case we're gonna use a const because we're gonna use a login and not let, and we don't gonna change anything because it's the truth. Basically, if someone is registered, when we will go to login, it's basically we need to login. Something is not changeable. Sorry, for that we're gonna create no const. In this case, it's valid. I can say it's even required. Yeah, const and the brackets email and password, and we're gonna put rec body and sorry, I need to put here equal, and we're gonna do the same we did it with the register. We're gonna do the validation. Okay, remember we need to have um, these two things. I'm gonna copy the password and the I am here, and I'm gonna paste here if password, and I'm gonna close the parentheses. Now we're gonna copy some the first one. Not all data is correct. I'm gonna copy and gonna paste under F, and here we go. We have it. And now we need to find the email. Okay, remember we find one. Remember when we used here const new user. We're gonna use this one, and I'm gonna copy, and we're gonna go down here, and I'm gonna put user and await user finder. And now we gonna continue with the answer. In the case we don't exist any account with that user, we're gonna put user, and we're gonna even a return of no not email register, not account, no no account, yeah, no account with this email. Now we gonna match the user. Okay, for that we need to put const user match, and you user, no, it's not match, is match. I'm gonna put away the create dot uh, com compare password. Basically we need two strings, and the string is basically password and user password. Basically we created a match to compare the hash of our password. That means we created a password, we're gonna create our original hash. That means when the match gonna start comparing the password of our login with the original password of our account. That means when you register, the, basically the password we put when we registered. If it's true, it's gonna give us to access. If it is not the same, the original password or original hash, they don't gonna get let us to get inside our account. Now, in the case it's wrong data, we need to give them the same. We're gonna copy this one and we're gonna paste it here. And I'm gonna give it a little bit more. I'm gonna, okay. Now we're gonna start again. Returns. And now we're gonna change the is match, and we're gonna put inside the message the data. The data is incorrect. Now what we do is basically we validate the the email, and we validate the account here, the email, and we validate here the yeah, the user, and here we validate the password. Okay, three things. And I didn't understand why it's so wrong here, because I put it twice. I think it's because I put. I'm gonna give it a little bit of space because I get confused. And it's wrong. Oh, okay. I put dots. And here we go. How I said before, here we set up the email, we set up the user, and after that we set up the password. Okay. I forget to put here um, if if extinguisher user, and I go back and copy, and we're gonna put the same before my user login. Okay, because different rows, remember, different paths. And now we have everything. We have the login, set up the email, user, and match, and we have here the save user, email of new user with password hash. We have this premium, we have if extinguish the only one account per email. We have the password check, password length, and now we need to put JSON. For that, we're gonna create a const because we require JWT. We require um, JSON web token. And we go back again, and we go right down. We're gonna create a const with token is um, is jwt dot second, and they're gonna give it a payload. Okay, basically av, they're gonna put av object, of course, user remember dots av, and basically when creating ID each user. Remember, each user have a email account and each user have ID. Now we need to our password, but we didn't want to put it here because it's basically putting our password to show basically everything, everyone can hack it. We need to go to the environment, and we're gonna need to put um, jwt underscore secrets equal, and we go to the browser to password generator for strong generator. It's most common used. Okay, and we're gonna password limit 16, and we're gonna generate password, and we copy, we go to the email, and we paste. And now we're gonna go back to the user router, and we're gonna put here the process of env pro, process dot env dot dot gwt token token, and I have to put comma, and we're gonna give it a response. Okay, we're gonna put a I'm gonna use JSON, and we're gonna create the object of email. email and it's token. We need to put token before even email. We're gonna put ev the ev, but the ev is gonna be inside the user. Okay, we're gonna open, and we're gonna put the ev inside, and we're gonna create it. Now we're gonna put display name, user display name. We're gonna put email, user email, and the id we're gonna put id user id. And now, oh sorry, I forget the dots. Remember, user dots underscore ad. But remember, you never put a password inside a token, because what is token is basically a code encoded. But if we go to the JWT decode, JWT decode, we can see what, and we can decode our token. They can copy the token, and they can put it here, and they gonna decode it. Okay, remember, any encoded JWT token, that means JSON will take token, is just payload data. Never put um, a password. Now we're gonna set up another post, and this basically the post gonna be about um, about token value. Okay, we need to value our token, and for that we're gonna paste, and we're gonna change the login, and we're gonna put token value. Sorry, token is valid, and we gonna open, and we're gonna put try to catch. Yeah, yeah, put. But before that, we need to put try, and we're gonna put the catch. This token value is showing our user if it's connected or not. That means if our user is logging, we're gonna show him in the screen in front end something. If it's logged out, we're gonna show him another thing in the screen. Basically, we're gonna put the same information in the way of logging and the way of log out. It should be different information. If it's logging, you're gonna see the user setup. If it's log out, it's basically you're gonna see a logo, a setup of logout, basically something called register or login, but without data of the users. Now we're gonna put a const with token is requests header, and given it is auth token. Now we're gonna put here if token, if token, we're gonna put return res JSON false. Res, and now we need to verify the JSON web table. For that we're gonna click const and JWT. In fact, we're gonna put yeah, verify. It's JWT dot verify, and we're gonna open the parentheses. We're gonna put token process dot m dot and JWT token, and we're gonna do the same here. Okay, we're gonna take this and we're gonna put it down. We're gonna put verify. I mean, it's very far. It's verified. And now we're gonna go to the const user to verify if the user exists in our database. Await user find by a, and yeah, I need to put here in capital letter, and we're gonna sit here verify dot a. Now we're gonna do the same. We're gonna, if it's true, if our user exists, and we're gonna put here user user, and we gonna, if we we are verify if we have user. If nothing return false, we need to put return res JSON. Then we put true because that means the user exists. And here we go. We have now already all my backend, okay, set up. We have the validation and confirmation of data. We have here the token and the auth authentication. And yeah, now we're gonna create a const here with a push, okay? But we're gonna put const log out equal to mm, 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 yeah, I'm gonna get an arrow function, and we're gonna open the brackets. Now we're gonna go here, log out, and we're gonna get it on click, okay? On click, and we're gonna put between the brackets because remember log out, log, log out, log out, and now we're gonna close it, and in a way I, yeah, log out. I think it's better for inside the brackets we're gonna create a token, okay? Token undefined, undefined, and we're gonna create it also a user undefined. Now inside the undefined the token of the logout, we're gonna create a local storage, okay? Local local storage set item. We're gonna set the item, and we gonna out. We're gonna put out. No, it's token. Sorry, token because we are working with token, and the other one gonna be. And remember, I forget to set a user data, okay? Because I need now to set user data. Set user data. We're gonna set with double parentheses, double brackets, and we're gonna cover all our operation of local storage. Local, no, it's not local, it's not local storage. We just created for our token. The problem I had before it was because I don't close the brackets, okay? Remember, we open the brackets without option. If you don't close it, you're gonna have a error with token, okay? But now it's okay. Now we're gonna go to register, okay? We're gonna start building a forum in a register web. We are now inside user router, but remember we was working with token data and xuse, okay? Now what I'm gonna do is go back again and give it a path to um, our route. For that I need to put a post router post. No, it's get, and I'm gonna put slash basically the home page. I'm gonna put auth async, async, and we're gonna post request response, and we're gonna create a raw function because we wanted to get the user by ID. I'm gonna post user is our user find find by ID, and we need to put capital letter, and we're gonna request user, and we're gonna respond with response JSON. It's an object, basically user. But I mean, if we see the data we get inside the FJS with talking, basically we are demanding to JSON a real information. We cannot put user, but for now I'm gonna put a display name, display name, and in AD gonna put user dot underscore AD, and yeah, I'm gonna put it here. What we have here basically it's I'm gonna put a little bit more smaller. Oh yeah, I wanted to restart the node mon because it closed before. Um, MERN backend because I have two terminals, and now we're gonna put start. It's sorry, npm run div, and what we have here basically it's setting our data. It's basically if our data is correct, that means we are setting the data in user account. Basically, we are giving his own data, the data he will write in our server. I have an error because I don't created the auth. We're gonna create out. I think it should be. We're gonna delete it. We need to create it in. Yeah, we're gonna create it inside a backend new folder out, and we're gonna create it a file with auth.js. We're gonna put models exports and out. Having the problem, but now I need to go back again to the first terminal because I need to go to connect a hook. Basically, we need to put user context, and for that we need to go to out options and inside. Yeah, this is one. And yeah, I have it. You remember, we need to use a hook called use context, and we imported inside user context, and inside a folder of context and user context. Remember, create context. Okay, we go back to the app.js, and now what we need to do is it's inside our out options because we need to resolve the problem with render of that button. That means we don't need to render every time the register and login. What we're gonna create it is it's between brackets and operator. With that we need to get user data and user, and we give him a question. and inside user data, if they if the user is um, available in our data, that means he opened his account, we're gonna give him another button that means he can log out. And of course this is React, I mean JSX. We need to create a style of JSX style, and but I need to open parentheses because I forget to put inside of, and yeah, I mean, I know I have included the logout, and now we need to include the entire bottom. And now we go to we close the brackets, we open it here, and we delete this one. I think it's right time to change the name of div to nav because it's navigation bar, and because I wanted to see everything in the right place because I have a lot of things. It's a little bit confusing. Now I have some problem with parser unexpected token because we have to install a bubble. So yeah, it's linked, okay, because we're gonna have this problem forever, and supposedly should be resolved with ECMA 6, but it still have still uh, happening this problem. We're gonna put here npm install bubble is linked save div, and we're gonna try to resolve our problem. And we're installing here to resolve our problem with parser token. I can explain you what we put here. We put here basically if our user when gets inside the account is true, we give him a button of logout because he is inside our server. He's in his own account. He have his own data and his own front end screen. Sorry, we gonna put them logout to give him the permission to get outside of account. If the data he put inside of the form is not correct, is false, we gonna send him again to the screen. We have login and register because the data he put in form is not the same we have registered in our database. You remember that we put it here in with Joe this one we're talking to verify the accounts. The verify the login. If the email ID and user is the same, we're gonna let him to get inside. If not, we send him back again to the button of login and register. It's simple like this. Now we're gonna go to the register. After all of setting up our user data and setting up our local storage, now we're gonna go to register because I wanted to create it and give it a pathing to my register because I wanted to be at least seeing big register inside my my web. This is my project. We can go here. I want to see the register more bigger and more space between. Okay, for that we're gonna go to our we're gonna create it. But first of all, we wanted to give it a H1. I think maybe I change it to H2 if it's so big. I'm gonna put inside the register, and now in the div I'm gonna give it. I don't know why it's not working. Now we're gonna copy because we're gonna need the name of register inside our class name. Okay, class class name, and we're gonna put a register. Now we're gonna go to our style dot css, and we're gonna give it a style. Okay, we're gonna go to the header, the title, the h1 body, and I'm gonna go give it inside the header. Okay, I mean the header is not. We're gonna give it after the header. Okay, before scan media because it's part of our body, and we're gonna give it dots because it's a class, and we're gonna give it maybe give it padding 1.5 RAM. Okay, RAM. We're gonna save it and go back to our mirror. And I don't know what's happening. Here we go. I mean 1.5 is a little big. We're gonna give it a 1, and we're gonna I don't know why I don't save it. Padding. I mean gonna lift it like this. I mean it's a little bigger, but it's enough and it's very visible. Now we're gonna go to our page and we're gonna start working with our form. We're gonna put a form date. It's form. We're gonna close it and we're gonna start working with the label. We're gonna put label and label, and we're gonna give it HTML4 because we're gonna give it a name. Okay? We're gonna give it ID. Sorry, for the HTML4 we're gonna give it email dash email register. Now we're gonna copy because we're gonna need it in our AD, and we're gonna now put input, input, and inside the input we're gonna give it ID. We're gonna put our email. We need to put it inside, okay? Email register, and now we're gonna give it um, a type. It's gonna be type email. Now we're gonna put here email, and here we go. We're gonna now we go to our page, and here we go. We have email, and with the type. I need to delete this L. I don't know why it exists. Now we're gonna do the same with um, the same with the password. Sorry, I don't know why it's happening. This color register. It's because I need to put the register. I think it's okay now. I don't know why it's this color. But now we're gonna duplicate. We're gonna put here a similar for password register password email password type password and of course the name password. I don't know why it's getting this type of color. Go to definition, rename symbol. I don't know why, but I'm gonna leave it for now. Now we're gonna copy the input of our password and we're gonna delete the AD because we don't gonna need AD for password check. Okay, remember we need to password check. We're gonna put password check and we're gonna give it a placeholder because we want to see the name inside password verify. Now we're gonna go to our I think check is not necessary. We're gonna delete it. We're gonna go to our browser and we're gonna search. We're gonna see here inside my password check. You can see password verify. Okay. Now and yeah, we're gonna do the same with the display name because we need display name. Remember, gonna be display. It's without capital letter. Display name register, and we're gonna get display name, and we're gonna copy it. This in here. We're gonna put it the same in the AD, and the type we're gonna put text. And we go to our browser, and we're gonna see here the display name. I think the last thing I need for now is input for submit because we have everything we need to submit it. Input, and I'm gonna delete this one. I'm gonna close it inside, and I'm gonna put in. We're gonna give it a type with submit submit. The second thing I think gonna be about value. Yeah, it's about value and gonna be register. Register. I need to put it value. Now we're gonna go to our browser and here we go. We have the register. We're gonna see my pointer. It's like a button. Now for setting up our our form, we need to do, or at least we need to set up our state. For that, we need to import inside the React. We're gonna import the between braces use use static. We're gonna import it, and now we're gonna set up basically our our variables inside the structured variables. For that, we need to const. We're gonna open braces. We're gonna put email set email, and now equal to use dot state, sorry, um, use state and with parentheses, and here we go. Now we set our variables, the structure variable, and now we're gonna do with the pass. Oh, sorry, I put it inside the returns. It's not like it's it's inside the function, but before return. Okay, we need to put it out. We're gonna Now we're gonna do the same with um we're gonna do 4 times because we have 4 times. We're gonna do passwords with a capital letter. Password set password. We're gonna password check. Password check. Set up the password check. Password check. Now we're gonna do the same. We're gonna put display name. Display name. bits, and we're gonna change from email. And now for that we need now import to set up our everything. We need to import use history because you can see here is not set up history history from React DOM React Router DOM, and it's not working because I put it with capital letters. We don't need to put with capital letters. Import use history from React Router. Now we're gonna set up a change inside the input of submit. That means if we get the information, the page, or in this case the information received, gonna change. Okay, for that we're gonna put on abort now on change. We're gonna put a e for arrow function. I'm gonna put email. We're gonna put inside the parentheses, and I don't know why I put it outside. Oh my god. Now we're gonna set up this between parentheses, and we're gonna put set email, and we're gonna put here between e dot target va value, and it's not working because I put it between double quotes. That means we're gonna and I will put it between brackets spaces, and here we go. Basically what we did here is basically give it a value to our register. Okay, we give it a value to our user who registered with the email, and now the value of our user, it's basically account. Okay, from here we're gonna get the account. Now we're gonna do the same with all the values. Okay, we're gonna put here on change, set the value for display name. We need to put it for the password and for the email. Now we're gonna change it, of course, the name. We had the first one, city email. We're gonna put here password, password. Here we're gonna put display name, display name, display name, see display name. I don't know why it's display. I mean here I put see display see display name with capital letter, and we have error because we don't put it with capital letter here. Now we need to submit, and we need to set up submit. We're gonna click the const submit is a scene, and we're gonna say the e and arrow function, and we're gonna open the function. But for now we're gonna go to the form. We're gonna put we're gonna give it a change, no, sorry, we're gonna put on submits, on So submit, and we're gonna say we're gonna between a braces we're gonna put submit, and inside the const we need to prevent the default. For that we're gonna put prevent by default. Yeah, it's default without by default. We're gonna open basically because we put our data inside the form. Our page is reload. For that reason, we use prevent default. And of course, in this case, we don't want to read the page. We want to send to Axios. For that reason, we're gonna go here and we're gonna import Axios. We're gonna copy it from here and we go to our register and we're gonna put it down here. There we go. And now we're gonna set up what we're gonna get from our user. Basically, we're gonna get four things: the email, the password check, and display name of account. For that, we're gonna create a const, a variable with const. We're gonna put email. We're gonna get email. We're gonna put password. We're gonna get password check, and we're gonna get display name. Now we're gonna use Axios for sending our information. We're gonna put const register s with capital letters. S is Axios. No, it's a wait because we need to give time to draw all data, and we're gonna put Axios now. Axios post. And inside we're gonna give him the direction of our local host. For that we need to go to the user router and we're gonna get my it takes index. I don't know what puts the information of my local hosts. I don't remember. I have it. FJS. Here we go. We need to put our token value inside our Axios token res. We're gonna put it here. Of course, we need to put the quotes. I put one, but we're gonna give it a real direction, the real direction of our register, and we're gonna give him data of new user. And here I need to set up the new user equal to all the functionalities. And we have to currently I put double quotes. Here we go. Now it's working. I mean, if now all the data we get it's correct and it's working, that means we need to get our data for user context. For that, we're gonna go to Reactjs. We're gonna copy the link of user context, and we're gonna go to the register and import into the context. But remember, we are inside the folder of Auth, inside the folder of component. For that, we need to put double dots slash context user. Now it's working. Now we need to set up the user data. For that, we're gonna put const set user data, is user context, use context, and no, user context is user context. Now we set up our user context. Then if we register and we don't have any problem, now we're gonna to log in. For that we're gonna create a variable of const, set up basically a variable for login. Login is await xuse with capital letter xuse.post, and we're gonna put inside the same we did here. We're gonna copy it, we're gonna paste, and now what we need is two things. I don't know what it duplicated, but we need to put it inside and register. We're gonna change the register for login, and now I need two things: the email for login, two things basically: the email, and the second thing is password. Yeah, here we need a new user. Now we're gonna use just these two things: the email and the password. And now we're gonna, oh sorry, I need to put res. Now we're gonna set up the user data, and I think I need to put uh, object here. Basically we're gonna put this one here, and we're gonna close. Now we're gonna set up user data. Set user data. We delete the router because we don't need it for now. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Um, now I'm gonna the basis, and now we're gonna go back into register, and we're gonna copy the set user data and history and use history, and we're gonna go back to login. We're gonna go head down, and we're gonna copy it, and of course we need to the submits. Okay, this variable we're gonna put here very close to other variables. We're gonna give space, and now we're gonna set up. We're gonna copy sorry this model from here to here. We're gonna go login, and now we're gonna put write down of use history, and we're gonna change some. And now we're gonna make some changes. For example, we're gonna delete this display name and password check. We're gonna change login user to login user. We're gonna copy, and we're gonna go to new user, and we're gonna change it. For example here. Now the third one we're gonna delete the but we don't need it. We don't need the register rate. We're gonna delete it. And I think I'm gonna change, for example, this one. I'm gonna delete it. I'm gonna put here login user. We're gonna put it down. Now the second part gonna be our form. Okay, we're gonna give this from here to here. We're gonna go to login. And now we're gonna go down here, and I'm gonna paste it. I'm gonna change something, for example, login. Now we need to change the register to login. For that we're gonna put Control F, and we're gonna go here and replace for login, and we're gonna do it. Here we go. Now we have everything, and of course we need to delete the setup sorry, the display name and the verify or password check. We're gonna go here. I think we need to do from here. Okay, now I did it. I'm gonna go to my browser. I'm gonna wait a little bit to refresh the pages. We're gonna go to the login, and here we go. We have the login. We have the email, but we don't have the password. I need the password. I don't understand what I did, but I'm gonna go back here. We're gonna okay. I need to do this. Okay, and now we're gonna go back to our. Here we go. We have the email and the password. We're gonna go back. Now we're gonna start with the style. Okay, we're gonna go to style. We're gonna go here. I put register. You remember that? I'm gonna put here. Gonna put here register, and down here we're gonna put the same. We're gonna put in form, and down we're gonna put query 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 media. Now we're gonna start with the form, but first of all I need to go to the register, and inside the register I need to form. I don't want to put class name, and with I'm gonna put here a register regi form, and I'm gonna copy. We're gonna go here dot of class, and we're gonna open it. I wanted to put here um, two things: the label uh, label. I don't know its way is not working, but we need to put the inputs and the label. I'm gonna try it to using the same form and input, and here I need to put. We're gonna put display. We wanna blocks. We're gonna put display a block, a line. We're gonna delete a line, and I put block. We're gonna save it, and we're gonna need to go and to see how it's registered. And there's no way it's not working. I think it's because I need to put the comma here. Here we go. We refresh, and here we go. We have here our register with a block. I want a padding. We're gonna put a padding here, a padding of 1 rem, and for the inputs we need space between. Okay, you're gonna see it here. We need a little bit of space between each input, and every margin I'm gonna put margin 1 rem. And see how it's worked. I don't know why it didn't have space here. I'm gonna go to register, and I'm gonna change the class name. We're gonna put regi. Okay, we're gonna type if for now it's working. I don't know why I don't have space here. Register Regi. Now it's okay. I wanted to have space between each field. We're gonna go and that I need just between the inputs, okay? Because the level I need to put here. We're gonna put margin bottom. I think I'm gonna put one rem. I mean it's a lot, but for now we're gonna see how it work. And I think it's not a lot, eh? It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Now we're gonna do the same with level. We're gonna give it a bottom because you can see here how the words is very close to the field. We wanna give it a little bit of space. Gonna be approx 0 25 rem. We're gonna give it 0 25 rem. 0 dot 25 rem. And I think it's okay for now. Yeah. Now I wanted to change these fields. I mean the empty field because the register it's part of the field, but I wanted to change the field. Okay, I wanted to put it, give it a 0.75 of our page, or at least half of our page. I wanted to put it more bigger. I wanted to change the border. For that, I need to go to the we're gonna put the input. Yeah, we're gonna go to input and we're gonna give it here. What we're gonna do is we're gonna between braces we're gonna open like a variable. We're gonna put type equal to text, and it's not braces because it's like array. We're gonna block input, and yeah, it's working. Now we're gonna do it the same but with the password and email. Password, email, and I wanted to give it, for example, a padding of 0.5 padding 0 dots 5 rem, and we're gonna with the width we're gonna give it width and we're gonna give it 70%. 70% it's okay, and we're gonna give it we're gonna up the borders. The border we're gonna give it 1. We're gonna give it 2 pixels, but solid. Gonna look very big. We're gonna go to see how it's our and it's not changing nothing. I mean it's not changed because I think it's because I don't put comma. Now we're gonna see if it's working, and here we go. I mean it's a little bigger that we're gonna use. I think I'm gonna have the font size. I'm gonna have the font size. Font size one rem. I mean one rem is a lot. So we're gonna give it 0.25 rem. I'm gonna go and no, I mean it's very small. We're gonna give it a half of frame. There we go. And still very small. The truth. For that we're gonna get a 1.5. I think is the correct. I don't know what's happening. See email is not functioning. Oh, okay. I mean it was. Now we have. What the heck is happening? When I try to register, something is go collapse. I think I need to change the register H1. I put H2. Well, whatever. We're gonna go to our style and we're gonna continue to give it a background color. Okay, we're gonna give it a slight little bit of uh, between. I'm gonna give it a little bit of blue, like aqua, but very, very, very blue, something like this. Well, it's okay. Yeah. Now the theme is for our submit button. We end with our empty fields. We now with other submits. Submits. We gonna delete the comma and we gonna explain. Sorry, explain. We're gonna give it a border box of one. I mean two pixels of yeah. For now, we're gonna give it 2 pixels. Background color we're gonna be something red. Yeah, we're gonna give it something red. And I think I'm gonna put it the same, like something of blue. I'm gonna copy this one, but I'm gonna change a little bit and RGB, RGB. Okay, I think the other thing gonna be the padding and the font size. Padding, but I'm gonna fit first of all font size, font size. Come on, font font size. I'm gonna give it 1.5 RAM, and we're gonna see how it's. Here we go. I want a little bit more bigger. I'm gonna give it 75, and I'm gonna give it a padding 75. The padding gonna be 0.5 of up and down RAM and 0.75 to right left. We're gonna see how it's. And here we go. I think the border, I wanted to a lot of border. I wanted something like this blue, very very dark blue of the border. We're gonna give it border 2 pixels solid, and the color gonna be. We're gonna copy this RGB, and we're gonna paste it. I'm gonna change the color. Now the second color gonna be a little bit more darkness. This one, I think it's okay. And we're gonna go. And here we go. You can see now the border of my button is a little bit changed. But I wanna give it a hover. I'm gonna copy this and I wanna to put this one and hover, and the color gonna be something dark. I think I'm gonna copy this one a little bit more darker. We're gonna go and we're gonna check our button. You can see it's more darker. Okay, now we're gonna go with the login. Okay, for that we need to put we're gonna put what we did with login. We're gonna copy this, the class name, very close to on subnets. We're gonna put reg. We're gonna change for log. We're gonna copy the log. We're gonna go to the style, and we're gonna start with log. We gonna give it the same, okay, the same color and the same everything. For that, what we're gonna do, it's basically going here and putting regi, and we go to our register and copy the same. We're gonna save a lot of time. I gotta go to login. Oh, okay, I need to change in CSS. We're gonna change this and this input dots. I need to put dots. We want to change this. I want to change this, this, and this. A space from here. We're gonna change this, and the last two things we need to change space, and we're gonna go to our nav. We're gonna go to login, and here we go. I have a little bit less padding, but I can put here I put here the same. Now we're gonna go, and here we go. We have the login correct. We need to change this because I think we need to share all our data, which class name, and yep, which anything behind. We need to change anything behind. We can copy this one, and I don't know why it's not working. Register. I think it's okay now. I don't care about the. What I care about is basically my file. Let's say put here something. It's wrong. We have the red. We're gonna go back. Now we need to redirect our page. For that, we're gonna go to the switch. Before switch, we wanted to put a div with we're gonna put manually div class name. We're gonna put container, and we're gonna close it. We're gonna put this div. We're gonna put it outside of switch. Now we're gonna go to style and up of all our body and bottom. We're gonna go to container. We're gonna put container, sorry, container, and we're gonna put it margin 0, 0, and auto store, and we're gonna give him a media. For that we're gonna put max width 900 pixels, 950, 900, we're gonna put 900 because it's the medium. And we're gonna go back, and where is our style? Here we go. Now we have it in the center, and here we go, the register 2. Now we're gonna go back. Now we're gonna do it the same with page. We're gonna go to home, and we're gonna open it, and the div we're gonna give it the name of class name, and we're gonna put page. And you're asking why page? Because inside our app we have the home inside our container. That means we're gonna give it a maximum width of 900 pixels. We're gonna be center. We're gonna go our home, and you can see it is in the middle, not top of left. Okay. Oh, we need to create error native, basically with a file with some commands for error. For that we need to create a folder. We're gonna put mcc error mccr, and we're gonna create inside a file with the name of um, error nodeJS, our React helper, and we wanted to return us some props. For that we're gonna put props. The second thing is basically I wanted to start it. For that we need to put it with class name. We're gonna put error noise. Now inside we wanted to create a message, but we wanted to create a strong message. For that we're gonna use span or strong. You can use whatever. The most used is span, and the message is gonna be, and inside we're gonna create between braces uh, props message. If we have error, we need to clean it. For that, we're gonna use a button. We're gonna clean it, and inside the button, we're gonna create it on click, uh, on click, and I think we need to use props. For that, we're gonna use braces. Props message error I think we need to clear, yeah, we need to clear the error. For that we're gonna put clear notes, and of course that means cleaning. That means we're gonna delete the message. For that we're gonna use a x. Now we need to get the error. For that we're gonna go to register, and we're gonna encapsulate our submit button with a try. We're gonna go down here, we're gonna create the try, we're gonna go down here, and we're gonna create it a catch error, no, error with just, now we wanted to know if our response have any message. For that we're gonna put error response dot data message, it's equal to sorry, equal, no, set interval. We're gonna set the error For that we need to create a no, I don't know why it changed for me. I put this. Now we're gonna go here and we're gonna create a const with error. Now we're gonna set up this variable with const error set error, and it's equal to set error, and we're gonna leave it empty. Use errors set no, it's not set error, it's use state because it's a state. State use state. Here we go. Now it's fine. Yeah. Now we set up our error, and we're gonna have any answer of our error. I mean, the response gonna be the message of the error we created before. I mean, inside the enter bar, we're gonna put error response data message of our error. I mean, if we wanted to execute this function, basically we need to have true response. That means we have a message. If we don't have message, this is an error didn't gonna work. Now we want to set up our error. That means we need to go to the form of our register here down, and we are create a component. This component gonna be error interpolate twice, interpolate, and notice me error. We're gonna put notice error, and we're gonna close it. Yep, it's notice. No, it's error notice. Error. No, but we need to put it with capital letter, the first one. Here we go. Now it's okay. And the class of our error notice is gonna be a message. You remember when we created the error notice, we put here error message. We now we need to create a class, and we gonna put the error, but we need to use the braces error. And now we want to clear error. For that, we're gonna put clear error, and we're gonna create a function for this. We're gonna put between braces, we're gonna put parentheses, and now we're gonna create the function. And inside the function, we're gonna create set the error. Set error, and we're gonna put undefined. Undefined. I have an error with this because we need to put here, and we need we're gonna put down here, and we're gonna close it. And I don't need double quotes, and now I need to close because the div is confusing with close. Now I have another error. Basically, the error notice is not identified. Equals 47. I'm gonna put like this. Here we go. Now it's identified. Now we're gonna see an example of that. We're gonna go to register, and if we take the register, I have problem with it. I'm gonna go back to our whisper. Now we're gonna do the same with login. We're gonna put copy this variable. We're gonna go to login. We're gonna go down to our states. We're gonna put here, and we're gonna paste. And the second thing we're gonna do is putting our error. Error, this one, and we go to login. We're gonna go to the login here and we're gonna paste. And this third one gonna be importing our error notice. We're gonna go here and we're gonna put it here. The fourth one gonna be catch the error. We're gonna go and catch the error. This. Catch the error. I think we have here. Here we go. Is this one? Catch the error. We're gonna go to login, and we're gonna put it inside the login, and we're gonna put it here down. Now what I need to do is submitting. I need to so now I need to put try, and I need to these braces with me, and we're gonna go here. We're gonna paste it. Now we're gonna start working with our home. Okay, for that we need to set up our use effect because we wanna change the pages. For that we're gonna need use effects, use effects. We're gonna use the effects. We're gonna before return. We're gonna use effect. We're gonna open we're gonna create the arrow function for that, and we're gonna open node. Yes, and we don't gonna need dependency for it. For that, we're gonna put array. Now we need to import context. For that, we're gonna put import. Use context. Use context. Oh boy. From I'm gonna put from. I don't know why it's changing. It's literally making my life more hard. Use context from double dot slash context, and the file is user context, and of course we're gonna use context, use context. I have error because I put use and not user. We need to import the user. We're gonna and now what we need is set up our context. For that we're gonna go to here and we're gonna put const user data is use context, and inside the parentheses we're gonna put user context, and we're gonna close. We're gonna get inside our use effects function. We're gonna put if not user data dot user. Basically we're gonna get user history. For that we're gonna import again we're gonna import user history. It's no user. Okay, use history. We're gonna import it from the router, from React router data. Inside the DOM, it's our user history. And now I have this error. I'm gonna delete for now because you know what? I'm gonna delete our still have an error, but we're gonna still. Before pushing our history, here we need to create another variable of our history. Const history, and we're gonna use history, and we close it. We need a parentheses, and now we're gonna put push push no, it's history push, and we're gonna push the login page. So we're gonna put double quote, and we're gonna put login. It's not working because we put it without slash. I mean, if you have errors with the hooks I had before, you need to change the name of your files. Okay, remember. Uh, but first of all, I need to close the return. We're gonna close it, the parentheses, and now we're gonna go to terminal again, and we're gonna have the problem with the hooks. It's because we put the name of our function very differently from our name of file. You can see here we put it with capital letters. We're gonna put it with capital letters, and here we go. Everything now is working. Now I have problem with dependencies because I put array. If if you remember in my I think it's FJS here, but I mean it's still working. Okay. Now we have everything. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope I help you with your project. This is our project, the MERN authentication. Both we have now register backend and front end. Thank you. Hi everyone. Welcome to my channel.